Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the stream. Oh, hold on. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we are going to continue our playthrough of various Steam Workshop mods for the Talos Principle. This is the final mod that we're going to take a look at for now, and that's Rebirth. I have in fact managed to get it to work. Now, there were a few caveats. To get it to work I had to downgrade the game to the legacy version, which was all well and good, except the game won't start properly. If I try to start it from Steam, then it immediately crashes, and then if I try to start it again, I get a pop-up telling me that it couldn't start properly the last time it tried to run. Would you like to start it in safe mode? We're in safe mode right now. That's why you may see some messages up here popping up every now and again. I assume it's just additional debugging and diagnostic information. The only other real caveat is that whenever I start the game now, it forgets my audio and graphics settings. But only my audio and graphics settings. Things like keybinds and various accessibility settings, that sort of thing, that all is remembered. So, a bit strange. But all that means is that before the stream I have to set all that up from the start again, which isn't very difficult. What else was I thinking? Oh yeah, interestingly, when I was going through the not legacy version of the game, the current version of the game, early today to check some things, I noticed that apparently my keybinds were set up for mouse and keyboard, whereas I could have sworn when I tested them a few weeks ago they weren't. So maybe that's just on me. Dunno. Looks like I probably could have been using mouse and keyboard all this time. I certainly will be for this mod, because if I begin and let it load, it says here, to complete this campaign you must bind alternative views in the game's settings. I could set that up with controller, but it's already set by default for mouse and keyboard, so I may as well just do that. Also, I apologise in advance for the lack of a complete story, which is fair enough. I mean, I'd say we're largely playing these mods for the puzzles, not the story. Not that a bit of story doesn't go amiss. Anywho, let's get into it. I believe there's supposed to be 20 sigils and 8 stars. Oh, hello. Oh, we're being led. I just feel we should probably do a quick check of our surroundings before we follow. So we let them through here, presumably, and they let us through there. I don't want that to get trapped on the other side of a force field, just in case. Then on here, maybe? I suppose so. Interesting. One thing I know immediately is that we don't appear to have entered a puzzle in the traditional sense. It's as if the main hub world is a puzzle. Okay. So perhaps that goes there, but then no one could use the fan. Interesting. Ah, does this have weight? I don't think we've ever tested that before. Oh, it looks like it probably doesn't. That's a pity. That is a pity. Oh well. What else can we try? Interesting. Presumably I can't take this out of here because the force field's going to come up, yes. Double-sided ladder. Interesting. Of course, this might be just a short tutorial section. Oh, I'll tell you what I should have done. Use this here and explore this area, because there might be other things we can use over here. Is that telling me there's a star in that direction? Ooh! I am glad I went back here. Not quite sure how I'd get to it though, because that doesn't look like it that doesn't look like it's a gate that can open with keys, so either it's something that lowers a sort of reverse portcullis, in which case we'd be looking for something like a switch, although I don't see any cables going to it, or possibly would have to use a fan. Is this where we began? No. This must be where the other character began. Almost identical to our starting area. Interesting. Oh, I see. If we just bring the box round there, then we can collect the star, presumably. Ah! But there's a problem with that. Can I pick up the fan piece? I cannot. Interesting. Hmm. Well, I didn't imagine I'd get stuck quite this quickly. But there we are. Oh, I could get the box over here. Oh, of course, because I can get here easily anyway. I don't need this. I think the idea is... I stand here, get the box moving, then run here and hopefully get there quickly enough that the box makes it through. Which I'd be happy to do once I've collected that star. Thing is, I'm not 100% sure I'm going to be able to come back here later. But I really don't have any straightforward way of getting the box through there. Not without their assistance. I can't seem to tell them to stand there. Thing is, once the box has gone over here, I don't think I'm getting it back. Can I jump on here? And then over? Don't think so. Maybe there's an even more parkourish way to do this. Ooh, this is an interesting area. Yes, that's a point. I wouldn't have to go through this force field if I could get up on the wall, and I could potentially do that from this side. I mean, I don't know how to do so yet, but in theory it could be done. Perhaps... My concern is we're not very close to the wall over here. But I was thinking perhaps something like that. Then here. But then where? Over there? Nope. What if I put a weight on here? Will that free them up? No. And this isn't going to be close to high enough, is it? No. Out of curiosity, where would the star be? So it's through there. That's probably about on the other side of that statue. Perhaps not exactly, but close to. No. None of this seems to be working very well, does it? But the game clearly indicates there's a star this way. Nope. Well, I hope I can go back for this. Oh, did that not work? That doesn't seem to work. Okay, I don't even have the solution to this bit then. This isn't an ideal start. That does make me a little more tempted to go back to trying to find that star though. I've got to say, I mean, the way the puzzle works here and the way the puzzle works over there, it all really feels like I'm supposed to have access to another box. Or at least something else weighted. Ooh, I should have noticed that. In theory, I could pass an object over here. Perhaps I could bring something back. The only problem with that idea is what would be the point? If I can bring something back that way, then why would I want to bring the box over here? Perhaps because there aren't any boxes in this area, but there's something else that's weighted. Even this I can't see how to solve. Goodness. Where could I get to over here? Not very far. With a blue source over here, I'd need another connector to be able to do anything, really. Okay, I can't jump up that. Oh, I suppose getting the box over here would have let me up here. Or up here. Although I don't really see the point. Huh. Blimey. Can I cut a tree down? I'm just thinking at this point that... No, I can't. I'm just thinking at this point I must have missed something. It must be that I've been inobservant or something. There's no value going back there, is there? Ooh. That's a fancy effect. I wonder if that's because I'm now on the legacy version of the game. Or if it was added by the mod. Probably the former, I would guess, but I don't know. Thing is, it can't be an accident that I already have access to this area. I feel like there's something useful I can do here that I just haven't figured out yet. Ah. Not tremendously useful, is it? But with a box, I could then connect up the blue, which would get me the jammer. So that's why we want to get that's why we want to get the box through. Okay, that's making a little more sense. But how am I supposed to suppress this force field? Because we've established already that even at a sprint, I can't move between those two pressure plates fast enough. Actually, maybe the problem was that I was going so quickly that I was not stopping on the far pressure plate long enough. Yes, okay. I do have this terrible feeling I've just missed out on the opportunity to get a star, though. Where did they go? I have no idea. Actually, before we do that... let's have a look up here, because we can. Again, I feel like it can't be an accident that I have access to up here, but I don't see the point. Maybe this is how I go back for the star. Although I am worried it's actually just going to leave me trapped. Oh, yeah, I don't think they intended me to get up here. And over here, I can place this here, this there. Oops. And I can see right over. If I had a way to suppress that, the force field here, then I could certainly get other objects through there. Anyway. How am I going to connect this up? See, this is where our friend would be of great assistance. If they could just temporarily stand on there. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Or does it make sense? Yes, it does. That's why alternate use is a thing. I understand. So the developer of the mod made sure that you had to use alternate use very early on, so that you couldn't get to one of the later puzzles and find you're completely stuck because you're not using alternate use, presumably. Excellent. Well, with this does open up the possibility of going back. Yes, in fact, I think I can get the star now. Maybe. Maybe not. So the gemma lets me bring that down. The only problem is I may end up stuck. We'll have to see. Oh no, actually, as long as the box is tall enough to let me do the same thing from the other side, which it might not be, well, we'll see. I think we can reverse what we've just done using one of those column bases. Right, we've got this through here, and in theory, we just climb up here, round we go, and collect our first star. Wonderful. So that did all make sense in the end. And I do appreciate the fact that the game warned me that there was a star there using that sign. Because otherwise I'd have had no reason to try and explore in that direction. There we go. There we go. Drop that. Good, I can reach it. Ah! Not what I meant. I may have created a problem for myself. Can I grab this from this side? I hope I can. Ah! Nope. Yes, I can grab it from there. Okay. A solution exists. Oh, why don't I just walk forwards? Yeah, that's much easier. Excellent. Right. Now we can turn our attention over here. I wonder if this is just scenery or if there's a reason I can see through there. Well, I mean, I suppose... Oh, I see. I see. I don't see. Bechamel. Huh. That is interesting. Okay. So that's a double force field there. So let's explore through here for now. How did Bechamel even make it there? Very odd. Oh, I can let them through one step at a time. Oh, I see. That makes sense. They were in... Sorry, I got confused. I thought, for some reason, I thought they were where they are now. No, they're in this area, so they got there the same way we did, using the ladder. Bye. Right, we wouldn't want to leave these behind, would we? Actually, thinking about not wanting to leave things behind... I might go back for something quickly. Just in case. Oh, I need the gemma here as well, didn't I? That's alright, that can be arranged. There we go. That's what I wanted. Although, I probably should have taken the box with me. Oh dear. It's entirely possible we won't need this, but it's also entirely possible that it will be used to get to a star that we otherwise would have had no ability to get to. Goodness me, look at the way it's fallen. Very... very presentable. Anywho. Incidentally, I wouldn't be impressed if the developers did that beyond a point where it was... when I say the devs, I mean of the mod. If they did that beyond a point where it was no longer practical to go back and grab it. That is to say, if it was in the very next area, you could understand it, because it wouldn't take you that long. But if it was much further into the mod, that would be a different matter entirely, in my opinion. But that doesn't mean I necessarily... Having only just started this mod, of course, I can't be certain. I can't be certain what to expect. Interesting. Do I just have to disrupt this then? Looks like it. Although it charges very, very quickly. Okay. Alternatively, I could probably aim this to disrupt the beam. Maybe I can't without also using the box. That's a shame. I didn't really want to have to tie up both those resources in the same place. But when needs must. Hello, Bacamel. Bacamel, sorry. Interesting. Very interesting. I hope it will continue to make it clear where stars are. Okay, so... Oh, I can pick that up from here. Okay. Oh, is this a broken connector? It is! That's interesting. I don't remember ever seeing a broken connector before. Despite all the Talos principle we've played. So let's swap it for a working connector. Oh, bye. Perhaps I'll join you there in a moment. I want to have a quick explore. Not a lot here, is there? Not quite sure how they managed to get here, to be honest. Because I think the last time we saw them before this, they were running into a building. Oh. Okie dokie. This might be a gate that opens. Maybe not. Alright. Let's head this way then. Oh, hello there. You want through there? That's a hovering bomb. That wasn't very nice. I was betrayed. Where am I now? I hope I didn't miss out on a star because of that. Huh. Well, there's clouds above me and stars above that. That suggests, at the very least, I'm still on a planet. Presumably Earth. And yet there's nothing below me, which would seem to suggest I must be at such extreme altitude that I can't even make out the planet below me when it's this dark. Oh, this will be why the mod is called Rebirth. Interesting. Ooh. Ah, this is making sense. So presumably then each area has a dedicated building, and inside its building you have the teleporter to the area proper and the corresponding sigil door? Actually, maybe not. No, that doesn't quite figure, does it? Because of areas A, B and C over here. Right, let's see. 3 stars to be collected. 2 stars to be collected. 2 stars, okay. That adds up to, with the one we've already got, that adds up to the 8 we needed. So, we're probably still in a good place to continue. What am I trying to say? We're probably... performing a 100% run hasn't been jeopardized. Right, let's start with Area A, I suppose. I'm going to write down their name before I forget it. I'm just conscious of the fact that there's a very good chance we won't be finishing this today. I wouldn't want to forget. Bechamel betrayed the player character. Right. I have no idea where to begin. I suppose with a simple perimeter check, as we normally do. Okie dokie. Oh, a computer terminal. Which can't be activated. Okay, maybe that will become available later on, or maybe not. Interesting coloured sigils though. Not going with the default green, orange and red. Or green, yellow and red. Depending upon your where you would draw the line between yellow and orange. Let's jump down here. Bichromatic entanglement. Goodness. What am I trying to achieve here, actually? Like, why would I ever want to bring that force field down when I can just go round? I must need to do something along the lines of carry something straight through with no interruptions, or perhaps pass a beam straight through. Yes, surely that's along the lines of what's expected. Oh. Oh. The angle was slightly off. That's a pity. There we go. Actually, I should have connected it up on this side as well. Excellent. That then connects up to there. Interesting. So all it wants me to do is find a way to get one more connector through here, presumably. That is interesting because this does need blue. It feels like there needs to be a connector in the middle here, this area, to connect up the blue here and the blue there. And that can't be the same one as is over here, connecting that up. Because even though we could in theory have a connector that directly connects those two, that doesn't help if this force field is up. So that ties up two of them, and then we have this as a third. Yeah, I think this has been very deliberately shaped so I can't connect these two in an obvious way. I mean, the naive thing to try would be to have a single connector responsible, sorry, a couple of connectors responsible for both blue and red, but the problem with that is they can only do one at a time. And we can't allow the force fields to come up. Difficult. I mean, I'm very conscious of the fact that in theory I wouldn't need these force fields to be up once I'm through with a connector. At that point I wouldn't care. But the trouble is, if I'm going to carry a connector through here, I need those force fields to be up for at least a time. Ah! I think I see. I could have, in principle, I could have a connector over here which connects up the blue to the blue source to the blue destination. There. And then I could have a different blue over here which connects that up over there. And that would be a stable state. And the crucial point about that is that by the time I've got all that set up, I could just pick up the blue and walk it over here. It doesn't matter if the doesn't matter if the force fields come up then, because I've already got one of the connectors where I needed it. That's probably the solution, which then leads quite naturally to the question of how do I actually set that up though. What about, I don't know that this is going to work, mind you, this may well not work. So I need one that's trying to do that. I need another which can connect up over here. Then this one can connect up to that one. Oh, I see. Of course. That's going to be hard to work around. If I moved this a long way back, could this one be moved? Not very far. No. Ah, the ground is uneven though. That's probably not an accident. I can't quite see. Where these bits need to go though. Is this in a particularly low position? No. That probably is what we want though. We want it to be as low as possible. Similarly, this needs to be as high as possible. Nope, didn't work. Oh, okay. Maybe this needs to go down this way. Then this one can connect up to both of these. And that. Okay. Well, the thing is, the connector over there could in theory be taken out if it weren't for the fact that the one here is going to keep cutting the signal. What I'm thinking is if we could move... Right, this one's now liberated. Now we want to move this one over here, I think. Ooh, careful. Like so. Now this one's free. Now this one needs to be superseded by one like that. Ooh, nearly again. That works. And so now this one can be removed. And now that one there gets superseded by one like that, which should just work. Then this one comes down here. And then we have it solved. Take that. I don't care if the force fields are gone. We collect that. Excellent. George of the Jungle? That's an odd reference. So I'm supposed to use this fan? I can detach the fan part. Ah. That's interesting. So when the fan's activated, the force field is also activated. The only way around that I can think of would be to set this up to be alternating. But that's alternating too quickly. With only two connectors, I don't know how to slow it though. I remember when we were doing... Oh, which one was it? Query. During the Outfall mod, we found a way to reduce the frequency of alternation, but we only managed that because I think we had 4 connectors. I think it had something to do with setting up a... If this is a simple alternator, I think we ended up setting up a second alternator that fed off the first. But I think we also needed an input of a different colour. So in this case we'd need blue to make it work. I don't remember exactly how we constructed it, but the point is that clearly doesn't work here. The only real alternative that I can think of would be if I were to disrupt it somehow. Like so. No, sorry. Like so. And then I dash over there. That would probably work, actually. Let's see, I'd want to be about there. So I'd set this up over here. Grab that. That would do. I'd have to time it right. Oh, have they done this? Have they worked it out exactly so I can't do what I'm trying to do? It seems like it, doesn't it? Wait. I reckon if I were to run through that purple field, the connector would not only be dropped, but it would stay connected, I think. In which case I may be able to do this a little faster. Yes! So far so good. Well, that's 2 down. Guess we'll go around this way for now. Oh, field of mine. So there are going to be a lot of hovering bombs by any chance? Interesting. I think that's just a single force field as opposed to a double force field, but these both have to be held down. It's anding the inputs, I think. Ah, there's the hovering bomb. Interesting. So there's an area up here we can get to. Without a box, though, we won't be bringing anything up here. Fan part. Jammer. Right, this jammer's now free. For now. Oh, I see. Ooh. Ah. Okay. And I could have got the jammer up that far. Quite easily. I don't think this force field was down when the two boxes were there, although I can't be sure. Maybe I should check. Hold on, if I'm gonna check, I need to move that jammer. No, it wasn't. That implies I am supposed to use a jammer there. Oh, that'll be for the hovering bomb so that I can get on top of it from up there. Ah, this is starting to make sense. And by any chance, do I have a view of the force field from here? Weirdly not. I thought I would. Oh, I do just. I don't think that's gonna work though, because it would be through a fence. That raises questions. I thought the solution was going to be along the lines of I go up there, I use one of the boxes to get the fan working, I put the other box on top of this hovering bomb's head, I walk up here, I jump on its head, I can then from there jump up there when it gets round there, and because the other jammer's jamming that, I can then use this jammer to jam the far one and we're done. But that's not going to work. If I can't jam the far force field, I'm going to have to bring it down using things that are weighted down there. On the pressure plates. There is a fan part I could use. Yeah, I think that'll work. I'm not 100% sure. Oh, thank you, Jenny. I hope you have a wonderful night. So that can go there. This can go here. Now the only danger is if I can't get over there once I've pulled the jammer. But we'll have to see. No, we're good so far. Oh, that's why I need the fan. That raises more questions. So that can't go there then. At least not immediately. Do I have a good enough view that I could jam the... Oh, it wouldn't matter if I could jam the... No, actually, maybe it would matter. I can always adjust the jammer up top later, once I'm up there. Although I would have to take it with me. Which is potentially a problem. No, that's not going to work. So I'm thinking I use this jammer to jam this exploding bomb when it's over here, but that means I already need to have managed to get the jammer up there somehow. Which isn't obvious. It's not obvious how I'd do that. Can I place it there? No. Oh, I know what might work. No? Okay, what about just that then? Can I pick it up from up there? No. Ah, what about that? Oh, I'm stuck. Excuse me, game? That may be a bug in the legacy engine's physics or something. Okay. So over here, then pick it up, then back up here. Oh, well, I can at least place it even if I can't jump up there from here. In theory. If the game's gonna let me. There we go. Okay. This is looking doable. So the idea is I wait till this hovering bomb ends up down here on account of the fan, and then I jam it. So I may as well jam that to begin with. What else needs to happen? Well, obviously one of the boxes needs to be on the exploding bomb's head. What about the remaining box? What are we doing with that? That's going to need to be over here, presumably. But that still doesn't... Oh, and the fan part is the other bit that goes over there, but we only move it there after we've jammed the exploding bomb. Okay. Yes, I think this all makes sense. Whoop. Oh. Okay, perhaps I have to jam the exploding bomb while it's in front of the fan. Got it. The jammer seems to be having a bit of a moment, but that does seem to work. Right, we should be able to get over there now. Crucially, this needs to be moved over here. And the only other thing I must remember to do is to pick up the box from the head of the exploding bomb once we're over there. Excellent. Now, if you don't mind, thank you, sir. Right, I think that's this one solved. That's not quite what I meant. There we go. And we've done it. Excellent. Right. Where to next? I suppose keep making our way around. This one's next, I suppose. Oh. Oh, this isn't a puzzle. Could this be a gold star area? Oh, it leads to puzzles. Fair enough. It's a good point, actually. I don't remember seeing a gold star in this area since we've got here. Or a QR code, thinking about it. In most of the other mods, there are QR codes scattered about. Interesting. Did I notice the name of this puzzle? No, Harmonic Series. Ooh. That's a bit of an odd name. Why would they call it that? Oh, there's one up there that I didn't notice. Oh, this just needs to alternate. Well, I mean, with the ridiculous number of connectors they've given me, that shouldn't be too difficult. Although I've just realised it needs to alternate at a low frequency. That's more of a problem. Actually, I think I'm wrong in what I said earlier when I was talking about Query, the puzzle called Query, which was in the Outfall mod. Was it Outfall? Yeah, I think it was Outfall. Where I said that we had to have access to 2 different coloured sources to set up a alternator with half the usual frequency. I think we needed 2 different colours to cause it to alternate which wait, I'm doing that wrong. I think we needed oh, I see. Sorry. I think we needed 2 different colours to have it alternate colour as well. I could be wrong. Oh dear. That's not even getting halfway there. So we probably need to quadruple its frequency. I'm not sure I know how to do that. At least not with so few parts. So few connectors. How did I even manage the doubling before? I must have done something along these lines. Hold up. Let me move this about a bit so I have slightly more space to work with. Good. Right. So I must have set up a simple alternator like that. And then what I probably did was cause that alternator's source to alternate. The problem with the way I've done it here yes, the problem with that was that it was the part I was putting in to cut off the alternator's source was also cutting off no, that like that. Sorry. Yes, I think this is the right idea. Although why isn't it working if it's the right idea? Oh, I see what I've done. I'm cutting off the alternator's source after a certain period of time, whereas I want to do the inverse. I want it to only start up after a certain amount of time. Oops. What happens if I set up another alternator that's completely independent, but then cause it to cross this one as well? Just creates a simple alternator over there, which I suppose we should have expected. So clearly power is going to be sent to this one when that one has power. But the point is I don't want it to cut the... I don't want there to be an intercept immediately. So that prevents an intercept. Or it should have done. Oh, that's right, these just keep going even though it looks like they shouldn't. So that doesn't work. So the beam is actually still going here. It just doesn't look like it is. But then if this one would have cut its own source... But I wouldn't want it to cut the other source. But this one never actually receives power with the way I've set it up. Oh, whoops, I grabbed the wrong one. This one may take me a while. Wait. Maybe the force field here is actually the key. I reckon it might be. So that fully charges. And then and only then... do we allow this one to cut its power? Right, that's simplified the problem a lot. Now all I have to do is half the frequency. Oh, which I think is doable. I've just forgotten what the technique was. Just to check, how long does that one take to charge? About the same. Oh. Well, we'll definitely be giving that a look shortly. Huh. I suppose the question is, how do I, using the techniques I have at my disposal, how would I cause a beam to be produced when another beam goes down? I suppose it'd have to be blocking something by default, but then... okay, stop that for now. So if I set something like that up, for example... so when that beam goes down, that beam can travel? It does. The problem is... Hmm. Yes, I think I see. So this one would have to do what it was doing before. Then this one would have to be trying to block that one. But that doesn't quite work. Okay, what if it had its own power and was essentially always up? I may have to move this one. Now this is the problem I ran into before. I don't have too much control over where that one can be placed. Right, that should set up the alternation. Now supposing this one had its own constant supply. Yes, that essentially seems to be working. But then I'd need to set it up so that when the far one's on, it blocks the beam that blocks itself. Hello Pengy, how are you today? I have indeed made an oscillator. The problem is its frequency is about What's that, about a third too fast? So I need to slow it down. Yeah, I'm good, thank you for asking. I'm sure there's a technique for doing this, because I'm pretty certain I did it before. I've just forgotten what the technique was. If there was a nice map editor, then it would be fun to see if it would be possible to make a processor out of these. Yeah, I have had similar thoughts. I imagine it would be easier to work it out with pencil and paper, though, thinking about what operations can be performed on them and whether that can be... whether they can be combined in a way that allows arbitrary computation. My guess is probably no, but I could be wrong. Yeah, for sure. We'll definitely try to make the basic gates first. Yeah. Maybe the way I did it before did rely on having a different coloured beam. I've got a feeling that the technique that I came up with may have had something to do with the priority of different connectors and the way that beams can travel backwards through a network if a particular source is cut off. Could be wrong. What I essentially need to do is delay the time it takes for that beam to intercept the other beam. But that's not obvious how I'd do it. It'd be very easy to set it up so that it would sever itself after a certain amount of time. Because that's how the basic oscillator works. But having it, for example, producing a beam after a certain period of time, that's a different matter entirely. That's what I mean by beams travelling backwards, because now that I've permanently severed the beam that was going from here up there, it's the beam's now travelling the other way. Oh, is that what I did wrong when I tried to do it before? Right, and then if I put that there, will this work? Oh, I need slightly more room. Right, and then this one needs to sever its own power source after a certain period of time. Can't quite tell if it's not working because my theory's in error, or if it's because it's too cramped and I'm not able to get the connectors in quite where I need them. I don't think that's too cramped. Oh, the beam's continuing, that's why it doesn't work. Because even when I cut it off, it continues for a bit. Ah. Well, I say for a bit, it will continue for its whole length. So like, you see that beam? It won't power anything, but it will cut off a beam that would otherwise be travelling through there. So for example, even though you can plainly see it never actually, there's no graphic for the beam reaching this far, you can see at the right point during the oscillation, it is still causing an intersection. That's the reason why what I was just attempting would never have worked. Actually, there might be a simpler solution to this, thinking about it. A much simpler solution. I'm just trying to think how I could arrange it topologically. What I'm thinking is, instead of having this laser cut the beam, have this laser power this, and then when that one's fully charged, have a connector going from there cut the beam. In fact, maybe what I actually want is something more like that then. Oh, wait, sorry. Not quite what I meant. That. And then that powers that. And then this one severs. I'd need a connector over here. There we go, that's a much simpler solution. Wish I'd thought of that sooner. Maybe to do the solution I did on the puzzle named Query in Outfall really does require two different coloured sources. Oh well, we did it. Now this is the only remaining mystery. Oh, actually... Oh, I see. So to do this, I would need to come up with what is essentially the same solution as here, but I would need to use one fewer connector. With you. Okay. Would I get away with that? No. Okay, what I probably need to do is move this along here as far as I can. And then move this one back a long way. Like so. And then this one should have a much easier time. Yep, that's the one. Now we'll just go back this way. And this bit, in theory, should be easy now. Excellent, we got the star as well. Thank you, Pengy. Just thinking of breaking the circuit so that it's a little less noisy when I'm doing other puzzles, so I don't get distracted from noises over there. Right, on to Meet Me Halfway. That's a Black Eyed Peas song, I believe. Interesting. Very interesting. Ah, so I think that means I need to send a red and a blue signal to each of these, which is of equal priority. If they're of differing priority, then they'll interfere. This is actually, well, I haven't done this puzzle yet, but this little setup here, just this bit, this could be a good tutorial for introducing the idea of connector priority. Ah, I see. Over we go. Hopefully I haven't trapped myself. No, looks like I have a way out at least. Although I can't see the blue from here. Which makes things interesting. Oh, it must have been the intention that I carry a connector in with me. Did I have any spare connectors? I'm not sure I did. But I don't see how I could have done that in less than 3 connectors, given the angles involved. Oh, that's a good idea. Ah, does that not work? I kinda need it to work. That's a problem. Nope, that doesn't work. Oh, I see. No, because... No, even that wouldn't work. Because I'd still need to connect up the red here. In theory, I could grab one of the connectors just as I jump onto the fan. Or rather, just have, like, a fraction of a second after the fan's pushed me. That, in theory, would work, but I'm dubious that was the intended solution. Perhaps priority is the solution again. I say again. We haven't done the second part of this yet. No. Unless I could connect this one straight up to the blue. In which case I wouldn't have to worry about being in there. This is going to have equal priority. I suppose I could try it the other way. Oh no, they've done the angles so that even that wouldn't be easy. No, that's not true, because I can always do it the alternative way that I was trying to. Like so. As long as from up here I can see that. Oh no, maybe they've guarded against that. Yep, they have. Okay, that doesn't work. Interesting. I have an idea. I don't know if this will work, but it's worth a go. My thought is, if I could use a connector... Okay, so my initial thought was, could I use connector priorities to cause blue to go to this one, just using the connector in there, and therefore getting power there and being able to move through, and so on. The problem with that idea is that this connector's 1-2 steps away from the source, and the connector in there would, or if we were to connect the blue up here using the connector on the inside, it would still be 1-2 away, so it'd have equal priority. Now I'm thinking, I wonder if I could angle this such that I'm cutting off the red here, but at the same time providing blue. Might not work, but we can try it. So there's the blue. That needs to go there. Yes, this might work. That provided... Okay, that needs to be moved slightly then. I think this needs to be moved down ever so slightly. Like so. Goodness me, that alternate use button sure is useful. And to think, I hadn't been using it at all in all my previous attempts. There we go. There we go. I suppose the next question is, what was the point in that? I suppose because now I'm on this side, I can set up the blue and the red with equal priority. Because I have access to blue now, like so. Bit of a shame about that, but never mind. Which way round is it? Ah, it's the annoying way round. Blue needs to go there. I don't have a straightforward solution to that. Yes, they've chosen the angles very carefully here, haven't they? Oh, I think I see. That goes... Hold on. That goes there. That allows me to carry one of these in here. And that's how I set this up. Like so. Ah, and then I don't need this anymore. Then that can send the red there, and we're done. Excellent. That was a good one. Trust exercise. Yes, well, only very recently our character was betrayed by Bacamel. So I'm not sure how trusting they're feeling. What does this do? That one. I'm guessing I can't have these both set up at the same time as things lie right now. As things... Yeah. Fair enough. A broken connector. That's not what I was expecting to find. Because a broken connector is only good as a weight or to break a connection, so far as I'm aware. I mean, we haven't tried sending a signal to one, but I assume we can. No. What an interesting puzzle. I'm really not sure how this is supposed to work. Yeah, no, I'm going to be able to run that. How curious. And yet I have been given a broken connector. Oh, I wonder. No, that can't quite be it. Oh, that's the broken one. Interesting. I was wondering if I could somehow set up a circuit whereby I use the broken connector once to change the beam from red to blue while I'm standing much, much closer to the force fields. But it doesn't look like that, does it? I can't even target a broken connector, can I? No, that massively limits things. Nor can I use a broken connector for targeting. Okie dokie. I don't think I've missed anything. No. The idea I had, which was to run over there and then swap which one was being intercepted, in theory could work, but because I can't target anything from this side, I don't have a visual. That's gonna make this untenable, because it's not as simple as grabbing this and dashing over there. I'd have to also set up the blue connection. Would I actually? I could just use the alternate use. I could. This looks viable. Oops. As long as I don't mess up and pick it up using the wrong type of action. In fact, this doesn't even have to be possible, does it? In the sense that I could put this in a position where it's obvious the beams would never connect. Nope, too quick. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, that's not the solution then. And still we have this broken connector. I'm still just struggling to see what the utility of a broken connector is in a circuit. I mean, I could break beams with it, but that would be a permanent break of a beam. I couldn't use it to set up more sophisticated networks or anything. I could just establish a beam and then break the beam I've just established permanently using the broken connector, at which point you say, well, why bother making the connection in the first place? The only advantage having an object breaking the beam has is that I could pick it up again. But that would only work if it was going to take a long time to swap. What I mean is if I somehow set up a circuit which could provide blue or red, yes, maybe something along these lines, and then I did that, and I pick that up, it swaps. But think how quickly I'd have to run. Yeah, not even close. Not even close. Of course, it's almost instantaneous. Because the moment the broken connector goes down, the red source is lost. So again, what is the point? If I had 3 working connectors, I'm pretty sure I could set it up to alternate between red and blue. Out of curiosity, oh, that's not going to work because that's a source. That can fully charge. Now I know if I sent blue here now... Oh, I have nothing to send it with. The problem with sending blue here like this, though, is that it would only be blue for the tiniest fraction of a second. Maybe I'd need 4 connectors to make it stably alternate. I think that's quite likely. There's no significance to this bit, is there? I don't think so. Hmm. It's so interesting that the way this puzzle was designed, it suggests just the addition of a broken connector is enough to make this soluble. As I've demonstrated before, it is possible to set it up in such a way that the presence of the broken connector changes whether the red is powered or the blue is powered, but it changes almost instantly. Which makes it basically useless. Or so it would seem. I mean, given that there are no pressure plates, it does really make me think that the purpose of the broken connector is to break a beam and then be removed. But how would I ensure that the swapping happens slowly, not quickly? Maybe that's the key. So how did I have it set up before? Something like that. That goes to there. And then if I disrupt that, it suddenly flips. And that's the problem. I don't want it to suddenly flip. That's interesting, actually. Because the red goes away almost... I've done that backwards, haven't I? I think. Have I? Yeah, I think I have. Yes. So that goes there. And then there we go. So I pull that, but the problem is the red is gone immediately. It's almost like... It's almost like the red has to disrupt it in some way, but only temporarily. Yeah, that's not gonna work. That's interesting, the blue doesn't charge in that time. But the red does. I see, part of the problem there is trying to... The blue's travelling through it backwards and trying to get to the red. Wouldn't that imply... blocking it here would help? Although then perhaps you'd just have the red colliding, yeah, interfering. Just thinking how far back I could make this. Not very far. So here's the thing, normally when we're blocking the blue, only the red is getting there, and the red instantly takes over, which you'd expect. So then we pull the broken connector, and then the blue takes over immediately because it has priority. But we do in fact have both red and blue signals travelling there. So how would I make it so that the blue signal gets there with priority, but it takes a moment? I don't think I could straightforwardly. Maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree. Maybe there's a completely different solution to this which doesn't involve swapping color of network. That's closer. The problem with this one is that the red never actually gets there. What would it have looked like if I'd put that on the other side? Like so. So again, the red never gets there. Trouble is, if I sent red to that one as well... The problem is, if I try to send blue from that one to that one, the red's going to win out due to priority, and vice versa. So for example, actually that doesn't work at all. Yeah, that doesn't work at all. Hmm. Wait a minute. Don't tell me this was the trick all along. I was just supposed to use this to climb up a steep edge. No, the game at least doesn't seem to be allowing that. That's good. I think part of it comes down to is that with one connector I can't exactly create a beam that is delayed. So I can't create the situation where I pull the broken connector out and then 5 seconds later the blue comes in and takes priority. Given that this... I mean, I am right that it's impossible to have blue and red at the same time, aren't I? That's been one of my assumptions this whole time. It does look like it, doesn't it? Yeah. That means some sort of alternation needs to happen, but it needs to be slow. I mean, I can easily set up an alternating circuit like that. But I suppose what I need is as soon as it goes down, it needs to also change colour. That does sort of work. Okay. And then if this one also connected over there, then when I pull that, okay, that's looking more like it. The problem is, I just don't think I'd be able to make the dash in time. No, not even close. Oh, this is frustrating, because this is more or less the circuit I've been trying to create all along. But it... I'm not quite sure why it took me so long to get this far. This isn't actually all that complicated. But it did. Okay. Can I reverse this idea? Not very easily. I'm thinking about trying to get this as close to the force field as I possibly can. What have I done differently? That's what needs to be blocked. Thing at this point, you have to wonder what's the point of the broken connector, though. I could just do that dash. Oh, but you can see how far off I still am. Not even close. This is really making me reconsider what's required here. Since this is an almost perfect implementation of the type of thing I was thinking of. And it still feels like I'm taking about twice as long as I need to make the dash. But I'm not going to be able to get this twice as close to the force field. Not very easily, anyway. I stand by what I said before about this broken connector being an absolute mystery. Starting to wonder if I should just move on and try something else. I think that's one of the golden ones, so perhaps this is supposed to be an especially hard puzzle, if there is any sort of order to them. If the ones are supposed to be the hardest. Trust exercise. I assume it's named that because the circuit's supposed to change while you're not present. You just have to trust that it's going to do so. But the thing is, we set up a circuit which changes. And we even managed to get it quite close to the force field. And we, in fact, didn't even need the broken connector. We had it set up in such a way that the player standing on a particular point could then just take off running immediately. And it still wasn't even close to being enough. I find it hard to believe I could set up with only 2 working connectors and 1 broken connector. I find it hard to believe I could set up a circuit which transitions more slowly. There's not something special about broken connectors, is there? They don't do something that I'm not aware of. I don't think so. They just appear to be weighted objects that are the same height as a connector. I mean, the only thing I can think is there a way to set it up so that we have, say, the broken connector over here and I pick it up and then run through or something, but how would that work? I also don't think it could be the case that I'm supposed to do anything along these lines to make it work. Although we did consider solutions along these lines, didn't we? I don't think I can use a remote connector to establish a connection unless the connector actually becomes a component of the network, though. I can break connections remotely in the way I just demonstrated, like so. But I don't think I can create new ones. Trust exercise. I still can't help but think the way I tried to set it up before is most likely to be the intended solution. What's the trick? Oh dear. It's just not even close to being fast enough. But how does having a broken connector help me? What could I possibly use this for? I could do that. But then, how do I manipulate the broken connector from over here? It just doesn't help. I could pick up the broken connector from a little further away, but then you've also got to factor in the time it takes me to turn around. Yeah, that was almost perfect, I would say, in terms of timing. And I wasn't even close. How far away am I when the force field goes down? I was about there that time. But let's try that again. That wasn't very well done, I don't think. Again, about here. So I'm getting what, from here to there? That's only about half the distance. Not even, actually. So I'd have to get this 50% closer. The thing is, as far as I'm aware, the time it takes for one beam to interfere with another beam is fixed. It doesn't change depending upon conditions. There is just a time for that to take place. So if I were relying on that to be the delaying mechanism, then it wouldn't matter how I set the circuit up. If that's the delaying mechanism, that's the amount of time I have. My character's only so fast, there's only so much distance they can travel in that amount of time. My point being, all this points to the idea that that isn't the intended solution. But clearly, if this circuit is supposed to change automatically, then there has to be some sort of delay mechanism, otherwise I couldn't get through. But if I'm not using the beam interference as the delay, and I mean I have too few connectors to try and do something fancy with multiple interferences, chaining them together, if that's not the intended delay mechanism, then what is? Out of curiosity, if I just try to do a dash from here, how close would I get? I actually think that was at least as close, if not closer. That was definitely closer. But you can see I can't drag it out much further. It's just not possible. Nor can this one be moved very much. Yeah, at this point the point of intersection is too small for me to interfere with. There's not something really fancy I can do. Put this somewhere and it falls down after a certain amount of time or something. I don't think so. Hold on. Does that go almost instantly? I think I've missed a trick here. I could have been benefiting from almost double the time. Rather than standing here and waiting for it to turn, I think I just dashed through it. Actually, maybe that's about the same amount of time. Yeah, because it goes to red instantly. Okay. That's interesting to note, though. That I don't actually have to stand here for it to work. I just need to dash through. Pity I can't think of a way to make this actually alternate red blue and so on. See, I could understand how this might work if broken connectors were valid points you could select for a connector. That would then make them a new, very interesting part. That is to say that a connection, that they would always, they could never carry a connection from one connector to another, because that's what a connector is for. But if they could just be like a destination point that you can move. But that's not how they work. If they did work that way, I think I could do this. But they just don't. I think to make this work any better, I'd need a way to have the blue to cut its own source after a given period of time. No, I don't know. I'll have to come back to that one. Let's try a different one for a bit of variety. Radio relay. So we have a blue source and a red source and two connectors. Sigils over there. Not clear how I get there yet. Interesting that there's a ladder out. That implies it's going to be something like a fan to get in. I notice there's or possibly jumping over a box. So there's a box there, there's a blue destination point. A star. Ooh. I think I could get there if I just had a box. So that's probably all there is to that challenge. A red destination point and a force field. And another connector. This is interesting. Red destination point. Brings that down, brings that up, presumably? Huh. Interesting. Not sure why I would want that as of yet, but good to know. Ooh. Connector up there. That's good to know. I'll have that. That's peculiar. I don't remember having been through any purple fields. So what's to stop me from getting the star now? Oh, it's not quite high enough. Okay. Or we're not quite high enough. It's slightly too high. Okay. Notable... Notable that there don't appear to be any pressure plates, but there is a box. Yeah, that's probably how you're supposed to do the blue. Okay. As I suspected. I wonder why this is an advantage, though. Does this reverse when I pull this? It does. Now that's a curious thing. Why would I want to maintain this? Wait, couldn't I... No. What if I put the box there? And stood on said box. I don't think I'm supposed to be doing this, but it's an interesting experiment. Yeah, that doesn't work. Fair enough. I'm still wondering what these reverse portcullises are for. It feels like this is supposed to be a mechanism to help me get something through this area, which otherwise wouldn't be possible, but I don't quite follow. Where do I end up here? Over here. Okay, that might be significant. Right, it couldn't really be clearer that the blue's supposed to go there. But how would I do the red in one? That sounds pretty impossible. Oh, like that, I guess? Does this allow me to get up high somewhere? Like over here, for example. No, surprisingly, despite what it looks like. I could make this self-sustaining. Okay, here's a question. Is this portcullis as high as this portcullis? Because if it's lower, that might provide a solution. In combination with the box, I mean. That was a serendipitous accident. Just to answer my original question. Yeah, it's just as tall, but as we've just established, I can always do something like this. Ah, that's clever. It only cuts off its own... the beam that's... It only cuts off the beam which is itself raising the portcullis. It doesn't cut off the other beams. Very nice. I think, thanks to that, we have this solved. Oh, slight problem. I don't have a way to cut that beam. Okay, we may need to amend this slightly. No matter. So that's what we want, but we need to get it going. Can I get out? Good. Okay, I think that's done it. Oh, I'm glad about that serendipitous accident. I do not think I would have thought of that. Alright, I'll have that. Does this take me to the star? Yes. Still, we've got another sigil. Wait. This seems a bit cheeky, but since we've established that you can move over portcullises that are moving, can't I just run and jump over here? No, the game seems to have thought of that. That's interesting, that it distinguishes between a portcullis which is stuck in motion and a portcullis which is raising or lowering. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe my timing's just off. To be fair, if I could get a connector in here, I might be able to connect up directly to the blue there. Although not without severing the red, which is a problem. Okay, let's have another look over here. Oh, I've broken that now. That's a pity. Oh no, I think I may have just put this in a state which is unworkable. Because I think I've just lost access to one of my connectors. Yes, I have. Oh no, I should still be able to get to the red. That is the red destination point. Like so. And then I can collect this. And that's then going to allow me to set this up the way I need it to be. And then I bootstrap this again. Yeah, I don't think this would work without the box. Because both portcullis gates would have to be too low down. You know, if you imagine that they're hovering around the 50% point right now, both of them, I think the far one's slightly lower and the close one's slightly higher, but still. Well, they'd both be pushed down below the 50% point, which just wouldn't work. Ah. If I could, though... Well, that's the problem. This is just going to break again. Yeah, that doesn't work. I don't think. Nope. I'm just thinking if I could get some blue to here, I could set this up with two sources. And then using the alternate use, I could just creep it closer and closer. I could move this to either side. I'm not sure there'd be much advantage. Oops. Oh well. Well, this is a good opportunity to experiment a little anyway. If I really wanted it set up like that, could I make that happen? I don't think so, because it's going to drag it right past the red. Yes, that happened. That had the exact effect I anticipated it would. No. I just realised if I take this out, it's going to reach the balance, isn't it? Yeah. Slightly easier way to do it. There isn't another way to keep this one open, is there? No. Hmm. Wait, I should be able to inch this forward even now. Oh. Still, that proves the principle. There we go. And then that goes there. Okay, so the solution was actually a little easier than I thought it was going to be. Excellent! Final star in this area, I believe. So when I go back to check in a second, I think we'll find that I have all sigils but one and all stars. Nope, there's another star. Okay. My mistake. Interesting, because I don't remember seeing any sign of another star. But okie dokie. Right, we're back here again. Just checking there isn't some absolutely ridiculous solution here. No. Because, I mean, what was going through my head is there's really two possibilities here. Either there is a way to have red and blue permanently connected up, both of them same time, which I'm inclined to think there isn't, but I suppose I shouldn't absolutely rule out the possibility entirely. Alternatively, it may be, as I was suspecting before, that the colour needs to change. Now there's two ways it could change. It could change manually or it could change automatically. We've looked into setting up something automatic. That is some sort of something that oscillates between red and blue, red and blue. No real luck there. The alternative is to have something that the player triggers, which then causes it to change, but the change happens on a delay. Otherwise there's no way we'll make it to the force field in time. The problem with that what was I thinking? The problem with that idea is that we've tried it with the beams interfering and it just does not provide enough time. Even if we set everything up as far over here as we can, we just do not get enough time to get through the force field. And as far as I'm aware, the time it takes for a beam to interfere is fixed in the game. It doesn't change depending upon circumstances. So if we if that didn't provide enough time, then it's a challenge to see what other mechanisms we could even attempt. That might work, I mean. Okay, that's notable. We couldn't even make it through a force field that's alternating like that. Too quick. That really makes me inclined to think that the solution isn't a you set things up over here, then do something and dash round before it changes. Am I absolutely certain I haven't missed something? Is it possible there's something I can connect to in this environment that I just haven't realised? Alternatively, if I had a setup along these lines, is there some clever way I could get the blue to replace the red? I'm inclined to think no. I really don't think so. Because there's no way I could like cause that beam to circumvent the broken connector. Which also highlights the other open question, which is why do we have a broken connector? How is that even remotely useful in this puzzle? Hello. A jammer in the sigil area. That makes me think the stars about here, because why else give them a jammer after they've solved it? There's no way I could get to that jammer unless I also had access to the sigil. Oh, to let them back out. That... Ah, I see. So these swap places and then you use that to get out again. I get it. I get it. Okay, that's good. That's good to know. That means we can dismiss any solution which would seem to lead to red and blue being both on at the same time, which, to be honest, we weren't inclined to believe was possible anyway, but even so. Since it's called Trust Exercise, I think it has something to do with setting something up and then moving away blindly and hoping the right thing happens, which makes me think that it's not to do with setting something up in here and then, say, taking a connector through and doing something remotely. But that implies that the broken connector is an active component. I suppose it could be acting like a pin that we pull, and at that point the things start happening, but we dismissed that before on the grounds that we can always use the character's body as a pin, and even though we can grab the broken connector from a short distance away, the amount of time it adds for us to have to turn around as we're running tends to be more than it would take for us to, well, just accelerate in the direction we want to go. My point being, that makes the broken connector redundant, so that would seem to suggest it is in fact an active component. I suppose it could actually be used if we wanted to have a beam which is targeted at a particular place, but we are really certain it can never reach there, if, say, actually reaching there would cause a problem. Say it was going to... Say it was going to intercept another beam we needed to get there. That's interesting, actually, because we've established before that when a beam interferes with itself, the beam actually carries on travelling even though the graphics system doesn't render it. You just get this dotted and dashed line. But if we, instead of interfering with a beam, if we just block a beam's path, it doesn't do that. I'm inclined to believe that's what the broken connector's here for. The question is, how does that then allow us to create a circuit which presumably keeps alternating between... No, it can't keep alternating between red and blue, because if that were the case we wouldn't need the jammer. It must just swap from one to the other. Right, well then how do we make a circuit that swaps from one to the other, but does so really slowly? I don't know. Well, for a start, clearly red's the one that we want set up by default. We need it to swap to blue. Hold on, if it's swapping to blue, then we probably want this connected up to both. In fact, if it's connected up to both, we may as well put it more like over here. Now we know this needs to go to blue. But we also need it to cut off the red. Like so. Problem is, this is just using it like a pin. This is exactly what we had before and it didn't work. As you can see, not even close. Is there some way I can set up double interference? So supposing this one wants to send... Wrong one. Supposing this one wants to send red here. But this one needs to put a beam in the way. But when that beam's cut, this one's beam should be cut as well. Is that right? So, okay, this one's trying to send a red beam there. This one... How's this going to work? Call them connector A and connector B. We need a source going to connector A, and then connector A blocks power to connector B, which then stops connector B from blocking connector A from getting from its to its destination. So you're trying to stop power getting there. This one needs to stop that from happening. Perhaps like so. Now we don't actually want any blue. So cut power here. That's interesting. Trying to figure out what's going on here. So initially this one has power, this one doesn't. This one gets power and it uses it. Initially it's getting a beam through because the interference has only just started. That's actually an interesting mechanic. Arguably wrong. So if there's a beam travelling from point A to point B, and then a different beam wants to travel from point C to point D, and there's an intersection between those two lines, if A and B had been up continuously, and then C to D is just created, C to D does get through initially, and then only after the interference delay has elapsed do both beams collapse. Do both beams fail? Which seems wrong. You would have thought that if C to D has only just been created, it should be blocked by the beam that was always there. But that's apparently not how it works. Very interesting. So what we're seeing there, where the red source ends up charging up twice, is because in the analogy that I just gave, C to D is initially getting through, despite the fact that there's a beam that was there all along, and so it starts charging, and then after the interference delay has elapsed, both that beam is interrupted, but also the beam that was giving power to the interference beam, or that is A to B, as I was naming it in the analogy. So the beam C to D collapses, but only for a fraction of a second. It's long enough to cause the red destination to lose all its charge, because they do lose charge instantaneously. But then it's immediately able to start charging again. What have I done here? Notice how it changes colour when I go through different beams. Oh, I see. That's all we're seeing there. I'm momentarily interrupting the blue. No, the red, sorry. So the blue gets through. Oh dear, it's been nearly another hour and I still haven't done it. I mean, admittedly we did the other puzzle in between, but... I think what it comes down to is I need to create a circuit which starts as red, goes to blue, but takes twice as long as my current solutions to change, as if 2 beam interferences have to take place before the change occurs. That implies that the first beam interference causes the second, which is actually a little odd. No, that kind of makes sense. Let me think about this. So, first beam. Actually, can I move that to be slightly more central? First beam. second beam. That's one level of interference. The problem now is the interference effectively needs to travel backwards, not forwards. Because if we cut off the beam here, then whatever interaction could happen up there is irrelevant. So I guess I'm not looking for a diamond shape. What would I be looking for? So if there's interference at this point, then some beam has to then stop another beam from travelling . No, then this beam not travelling has to allow another beam to start travelling that interferes earlier on. Interesting that that never seems to stop the beam. Maybe if I try to draw this. So a beam tries to travel to its respective destination. Then what? A beam needs to interfere with it to make sure it never gets there. But once that interference has been accomplished, another beam needs to stop. Once that interference has been accomplished, and the beam that's causing the interference needs to be broken, which could only happen if the beam that had been travelling starts and was interfered with was in fact holding back yet another beam, which was stopping a fourth beam from interfering with the second beam. I don't think we can do that with two connectors. No. But if that's not possible, then how else could we lengthen the time it takes for the interference to occur? I'm not missing something massive, am I? It feels like I am. It feels like it's not supposed to be this hard. I must be missing something. What could it be? Maybe I should check around again, make sure there's nothing in the vicinity I can connect to that I didn't realise. That's very interesting, but I don't think that's anything to do with finding a solution. Is there any possibility I was thinking about this in reverse?
Interesting. The problem is it can't solve that on its own. I see, it's travelling through backwards there. And there. I'm just thinking, I just can't get round the sense that I need to create some sort of chain reaction so that I can get the correct timing. Right, that's one point of interference. What I was saying about I wonder if I'm thinking about this backwards is I was thinking, instead of thinking in terms of I block something and then... Sorry, instead of thinking if I release something and then it creates a chain reaction, perhaps it's that I block something and that creates a chain reaction, and that's why I need the broken connector. Because I can always block something with my body and then move off it, but what I can't do is the reverse. I can't place my body somewhere in the circuit, then start running. But now that has been allowed to get through, what I really need is for it to go back. And interfere with something else. Otherwise the timing's all wrong. Let's think about this a slightly different way for a second. Can I remember how I did this before? Right, that's how I did it before. What if I tried to reverse it? I think I've done that previously, but still. So something like that. And then this needs to go there and there. And then it's by placing something in the way that I cause it to swap. It sounded like it lost power instantly. So red has power. No, it doesn't. Yeah, that's no good. How would I make red stay up a short period? That sounded like it took a moment longer to swap than I'd have expected. Oh no, I take it back. So I think the problem is once the... Hold on. Why does that take a moment? Okay, it doesn't want to place something in the way. The trouble is, if I cut off the red, of course it's going to stop instantly. The only way I could make that work differently is if this had a separate supply of red, for example. But then that's just going to ruin the whole circuit, isn't it? Now it will never want to go to blue. Unless I do that, I suppose. But then I have other problems. I know I should really move on to a different puzzle soon. I really want to get this done. I think I might be onto something with the observation I made about the broken connector. That the one thing it lets me do is walk away while a connection is broken. But the problem is, a connection that's broken instantly breaks. So it's hard to then turn that into something which slowly changes. I suppose you could have something like that. This. And then that's... Does that slowly change? No, that instantly changes. Yeah, that doesn't work. There'd have to be a beam in the way. And then a separate beam. That tries to break that beam. Which would be difficult to arrange. How many ways are there even of connecting this up? Let's see. There are... I suppose each connector can connect up to one of 5 points. So there's 32 possibilities there. Although that does include some rather dubious possibilities like connecting to none. But connecting to each other is not independent. So I suppose it's more like 2 to the 9 possible configurations in total. What's that? 512 possibilities? That's of course ignoring their relative position. You know, having a connector here may be very different to having it here, depending upon where other things are. Okay, so there actually are a surprising number of possibilities. Some of them are a bit silly, like neither connector connects up to any of the endpoints. But it's possible that one of them doesn't. Alright. What about... I feel like I'm missing something here. Why is this taking a second to change? Because there was blue going there. This feels like it might be progress. Is it my imagination or is that delaying a long time? I think it's my imagination. Oh, I still haven't quite managed it. I'm trying to create a situation where we end up with a chain reaction of one interference causing another, and then having that allow a signal through. This is close in a way. One interference causes a second interference. So there's no interference over here. I block this one. That causes a second interference. But I then need that second interference to interfere with something else. And ultimately allow a signal through. It's almost like I need to cause a cascading failure or something. So one thing goes wrong that causes another thing. Well, right, from our perspective. One thing goes right that causes another thing to go right. And then the signal changes. Let's look at the solution we had before again. When I say solution, candidate solution. The solution that didn't quite work. Is that it? I think so. Except that needs to move slightly. So we block that, and it's red. We unblock it, it goes blue.
And the only reason this doesn't work is because we need it to stay red for slightly longer. Like twice as long as it is right now. About twice as long as it is now. Something I was wondering about earlier is I know under game options, oh that should be huge probably, you can change the player speed. What I was wondering is if you make the player move really slowly, do the circuits slow down as well? No. That's really interesting. Ah, maybe that's just walking speed, not sprinting speed. Okay. I was going to say, because if it didn't... if the speed that circuits change wasn't tied to the player's speed, then all map designers would have to test with the slowest player's speed to make sure it's possible to complete by users on those settings. And then that might give people that are using a faster player a huge advantage. But no, apparently, looks like sprinting always remains about the same speed. Oh, this is frustrating. Thing is, there's no way I can give this connector a different red connection because there's only one red source. I can only ever connect it up to that source once. Connecting this one up to red isn't going to do any good. Oh. Yeah, it now can't produce anything. Although it has had one very interesting side effect. It's meant that we can intercept this big beam instead to cause it to switch. Previously, we had to intercept that little beam. Now it's this big beam. That might be exploitable. I'm wondering if we could get the connector, like, over here or something. Hello, Yisha. It's lovely to see you. How are you tonight? It has had one other side effect, and that other side effect is that it now goes... It's also inverted it. It's blue by default and goes red. But I mean, as I've said before, we can use the broken connector as a sort of inverter by placing that instead of moving away from a connection, letting it connect.
I'm 90% certain this is going to have the exact same timings as we've seen before, but yeah. But it's an interesting idea, isn't it? I'm wondering if there's another way to do this. So if I did something like that, what would I want to do here? That then will cause it to be red. What would I have to do to make it blue? I'd have difficulty, wouldn't I? The trouble is we have terrible angle on the blue. And the red there. See, if I could find a way that having a... If I could get the network all the way out this far, I might then be able to change it so close to the force field that I actually stand a chance of getting there in time. In fact, yeah, if I could do it from here, based on the fact in the past I've always only gotten about halfway, I reckon I would just barely have enough time. I might be wrong, but I think I would. This is gonna have to be connected to both though, isn't it? It's gonna have to be connected to everything. And it's fairly easy to see how I would turn it red. Wow. Maybe I need to adjust that slightly. No, I think that's good news. The fact that I bashed into it shows that if this were inverted, I would have just barely got through. So that suggests I'm right in my deduction that if I could set things up to work this far away, then I'd stand a chance of doing it. Incidentally, what happens if I give it 2 sources of blue? Yeah, it's still the blue still doesn't win. That's what I expected. But worth verifying. Interesting. I wondered about solutions along these lines much earlier, didn't I? But I can't think of a way of having it go blue from something like that. Although... The alternate use. Why do I hear one of them filling up, but then... Oh, I see. Problem is that drops instantly. But that's an interesting idea. The fact that I can have this retain its connections. With one more connector, this would be so easy. Is it my imagination or does it not always remember its connection? Oh no. I must have been clicking the wrong key, probably D. Now if only it didn't drop instantly. I take it the obvious has been thought of. I can't just... yeah. I'd forgotten that we had alternate use as a mandatory feature of this mod, so there is a family of possible solutions that I hadn't properly considered earlier. It's just that... if I know that... well, it's two things really, isn't it? I need a red beam to intercept... because of the way this puzzle is made, I need the red beam to intercept the blue and the blue to intercept the red, because I only have one of each. At least if I'm only leaving one connector over here. which makes the angles a lot more difficult. But the other problem is, if I've just placed the connector down, I can't then pick it up to walk it through. Yeah, this isn't going to work. We established before that it's just supposed to change, didn't we? Because there's a jammer in there, which implies we need the jammer to get out. This is so mind-boggling. Because I know how to set it up to alternate from red to blue. We've done it multiple times, but I just can't get it to change slowly enough. And somehow a broken connector, literally, is supposed to make this possible. Like I say, that implies that I'm supposed to be placing a piece down which breaks a connection, which then causes the switch. Which is doable, except the whole problem we're having, as I've said multiple times before, is that it's not slow enough. It needs to happen more slowly. And generally speaking, introducing a break in a connection is one of the fastest things you can do. It's instantaneous. So how do I turn that into a very slow thing? Incidentally, if anyone knows a solution to this one, I would not be above taking a hint at this point. I'm gonna have a bit of a look around for that other star we never found. Was this the one where we did find a star? No. This was the one we did. I wouldn't be surprised if the remaining star is actually... accessed via the main hub area where we are now. That was the other one where we found a star, wasn't it? Still no interaction with the computer terminal. I could imagine them putting a star in this one. No sign of one though. No, there it is. Right. There's a ladder to get back out there. That path just ends there, so that's not an indicator as to how to get in. Wouldn't it be easiest just to put a box here and jump over though? Perhaps that is the solution. Okay. Oh, this isn't gonna work well, is it? Actually, no, maybe I can make it work. I'll need to be quick. Which I wasn't. Nope, missed it. Missed it again. Oh, this is difficult. Unfortunately, I left the gemmer up the top. Ah, it doesn't work. I'm fairly certain I did it that time. Yeah. But as soon as they were over here, out of the line of sight of the jammer, it stopped working, obviously. I may as well reset. It's not like all the work I'd put into the other one Actually, is this even necessary anymore? I don't think it is. I think I only had to try and get up there to grab the boxes. What was I thinking? All the work I put into the other one was just trying to figure things out. Getting back to the position we were in would be very easy. Ah. I think I may know what the solution to that is. Really? I'm not allowed to pick that box up? But then how did I do it before? Because you saw I got a box up there. Oh, I see. Ah, that's suboptimal. I was thinking I get 2 boxes on top of there, and then I use the fan to get them over this way. Because what ultimately all I'm trying to do is get a single box up here. Don't suppose... Oh, that wouldn't help anyway, would it? How would I do it then? A very good question. I don't suppose I can put the box on top of the fan part. No, that's fair enough. Is the reverse allowed? No. Okay. Over here, maybe? I doubt it. But you never know. Nope. I mean, it does feel like... Oh. I wonder. Let's try this. No, I don't think that's gonna work. So I'm thinking I could probably pick a box up top if I had 2 on the hovering bomb, but the question is, how would I go about getting 2 on the hovering bomb? I mean, one way would be to be up there, but then I have to get a box up there, which when you think about it is a very similar challenge to getting a box up there in the first place. Oh, I don't know why it let me do that time and not previously, but I won't complain. Okay, that's not going to work, is it? Well, at the very least, I might get some more information. If there is a way through, it will be around here. It doesn't seem like it, does it? That's what makes me think I'm supposed to just go over the... go over the fence. Hold on. What if I placed it here? Nope, no such luck. Here? Have I made a leap, say in that direction? Oh. Possible. Oops. Nah. I take it if I put this back. Yes, I've retained the ability to grab that box, but not this box. Oh no, wait. I must have been able to do this originally, because I could do it on the other side. Well, I don't see another way round, which is what really makes me think I'm just supposed to go through these bars somehow. I suppose round there? Is there anything round there? What if I tried to climb this way? Would I find it a more negotiable surface than it looks like? Not really. No. Wait a minute. I'm missing a very, very obvious trick here, aren't I? I take that one, jump down, and then I put the other one on top. Which isn't a perfect solution, because as we know, if you want to climb 2 boxes high, usually you need 3 boxes. But we do have this here. Oops. Actually, thinking about it, what about something like that? Because then I don't have to... because then... well, I shouldn't... there we go. And then over. Yes! Final star in this area. Excellent. Now just one sigil to go and I can leave.
Oh. There we go. Right, back over to trust exercise then. I'm pretty sure I've spent more time trying to solve this puzzle than every other puzzle that I've done tonight. Combined. Oh, yes, every other puzzle. Could be wrong, but it certainly feels like it. So what's the big deal about having a broken connector at my disposal? Anyone in chat have any ideas? Wait, did that do it? No. As if I would be so lucky. Goodness me. Hmm. Oh, I just realised the colours represent bronze, silver and gold. And this is a gold. It's just so mind-boggling. If the amount of time it takes for two beams to interfere isn't enough time to run through the force field, then what can I possibly do? Oh, that wouldn't work. Is there another configuration? Not too dissimilar to this. That I could set up from much further away. Thing is, the one that I can see from farthest is that one. So supposing this one was primarily for blue, could I make it turn to red remotely? Not very easily. Because we're effectively on the wrong side. I don't think I'm going to be able to quite get red to reach here. If I could, that would be big. Elevation is incredibly useful, mechanically speaking. But no, I don't think that's going to happen. Yeah, not going to happen. Could I get blue at such an extreme angle? No. Only the red. I feel like that must be it. There must be some way I can use that red and one connector to cause the connections on the inside to swap. What I'm thinking is I can probably make it be red and then use this broken connector to break it, and then I dash for this. But if this is ever going to be blue, it needs blue going to it. And if I also send red to it now, then it won't be able to send anything. Which isn't much use. What's the rule of thumb? If I can reach it before I hear the noise, reach the force field before I hear the noise, and it's viable. Nope. Then perhaps I am barking up the wrong tree again. This level of failure just makes me wonder if I'm modelling the problem wrong, if I've just completely misunderstood what's how to understand the problem. But it's so hard to get out of my the way I currently have of thinking about it. We know from having observed the area that the expectation is we get in here, this force field comes up, this force field comes down. And the presence of the broken connector really makes me think that I'm supposed to place this down and that causes that change. But we know that even when we can create that sort of situation, the red never stays up long enough. But I don't know any way to lengthen it using so few connectors. Aren't any windows I've missed or anything, are there? No. There's this strange bit here, but I'm pretty sure that's just scenery. No, it would have been surprising if that had worked. Since puzzles are supposed to be self-contained with the exception of the gold stars. Here's a question. Is it possible that each connector is connected to a different destination point? I don't think it is, because geometrically speaking, either they're geometrically speaking, there is going to be a intercept between, at least one intercept between the two networks, the two paths, the two lines, depending upon what how you connect things up. And that's no good, because then the network would only work, or the system would only work, if you moved the broken connector from blocking one source to blocking the other source. Or I suppose if it was a destination point, you could place a broken connector. If the intercept was after the connectors, I suppose you wouldn't have to place the broken connector near the source. You could place it near the destination point. But either way, it has to be placed before the intercept point. What that means is the moment you pick it up... Is that true? No, that's not true, is it? It doesn't drop immediately. That's interesting. So if I had that, and then I went to... Well, you can see part of the problem here. This is going to be very fiddly to do. Okay, so in principle that sort of thing could work. I'm still very, very dubious. Supposing that were the case, how would we go about it? Probably like that. Oh no, because the moment I put the connector down, that's going to instantaneously stop the red. Right. Good. That then, I believe, proves the point. It is not possible that each connector is connected to a different destination point. Because we would end up closing, we'd inevitably end up bringing up the force field that corresponds to the red long before we got there, the moment the broken connector goes down. So that means, at the very least, one connector must be connected to both. Strictly speaking, the other connector could also be connected to one or more. But what would be the point? One or more destination point, I mean. But why would you do that? I suppose you would do that if you thought the connector that's connected to both was going to go down on one or other side, but the other one would stay up. At least for a little while. You know, a few fractions of a second or something. But I doubt it. I doubt you would ever manage to set it up like that. Because how are you going to induce one or the other connector to be on a delay? I suppose what that sort of is talking about is, or the sort of concept it's getting at is, could you have the two connectors both connected up but out of sync somehow? And I'm inclined to say no. See, part of the problem with only having two connectors is it makes it very difficult to do more complex setups, because it's quite easy to see if you only have one connector, all you can do is connect up one source to one or more destination points. I know, strictly speaking, you can connect up to two different sources, but my point is if you were restricted to just one connector, you wouldn't do that. Or would you? No, I suppose, because strictly speaking, we have objects that could block one or the other source. You could make an argument that that might be valuable in some situations. But as we've already established, that can't be part of the solution to this puzzle. Actually, we hadn't already established it, but I think it is true. I don't think we could have one an individual connector connected to two in a simple way, because we would have the same problem when we wanted to swap one from one side to the other. It would be instantaneous. Because we have another connector, it's not quite that simple. It's possible that one of them has to be connected up to two, and then this one intercepts in some way. That seems unlikely though, because in this configuration, like so, there's no way this connector can intercept either of those two beams. It can't be done. So the only way that would work is something like that. I wonder, how would that behave? So if I block one side, it interferes with itself, and by symmetry it must also do so the other way. I did say, strictly speaking, you could have two that were connected to both destination points, didn't I? So what would this do? Would this do... Oh, it still interferes with itself. So that's pretty useless. There's no point having it connected there, is there? Yeah, it was the red that was causing the problems. Actually, yeah, we would want that connected. And would want that connected. But now it has no way to get red. And worse yet, it's still breaking its own connection. Okay, hypothetically, what if we had something like that and that, and then you could be connected up here as well. unfortunately this one drops immediately, which is pretty useless. It has the opposite property though. That when we let the blue flow, no, wrong way round. When we block the blue, it takes a moment to catch up. So what if we inverted all this? What's this? This is connected to these. Well, I've just swapped the blue for the red. But other than that, this one is that right? I think so. That's in the way. What have I done wrong? Oh wait, maybe nothing. Oh, red also drops almost instantly here. That's curious. In fact, in this case, they both drop almost straight away, which is the opposite of what we want. How did I manage it before then? Was that it? Can't spin. That is a nice property of not dropping all that quickly. Although I still don't think it would give me enough time. Well, anyway. So we think there's going to be one that's at least... We think there must be at least one connector which is connected to 2 destination points. We also think that we can't have we can't have the simple case where the other connector is providing both sources. That doesn't make sense. There must be some points of interception. If there must be some points of interception, we can't be in this quadrant. We could be in this quadrant, or this quadrant. The only real advantage of being in this quadrant is that we can do a double intercept. But I'm dubious that that's actually useful. I don't know that it's not. But it does make one of these two quadrants a lot more likely. The problem is we're quickly hitting upon the solution that we are quickly descending upon the solution that we previously came up with. Because in that case we were in this quadrant as it happens. And that one was connected up to both, but it was also connected up to one of the sources. And this one was connected up to one of the sources with no destination points and this one itself. But it isn't slow enough. We need something slower, but I just don't see how I can slow this down. How can I make it so that it has to, say, go through two? There's a chain reaction. It goes through two different interference reactions before the state finally changes. Well, importantly, it's not even just the state changes, it's that red is lost. Maybe, and this is a big maybe, if this one was also providing red in some way. But I know this also has to provide blue. I don't want to completely rule out the possible solutions which involve having two different sources going to the same connector. But it does seem unlikely, since I'd have to intercept one or the other at any given point. If I assume I'm not, let's assume we've only got one source going to each, which again is getting rather like the solution we thought of before.
what can I do with what I have left? It's probably one of these two quadrants. How would I make a... How would I force it to take longer for red to be lost? Well, I can't be through here because it would just sever that. Can't be here. Can't really be here. I mean, is that proof by contradiction? Have I proven that I've gone wrong somewhere? This one can't ever get blue to the destination point. This was our previous solution, but it in theory could. Oh, actually, that's a good point. My reason for disfavouring this quadrant aren't quite valid, because I might want to create an intercept with one of the source beams, as opposed to one of the destination beams. Okay, that's fair. With all this reasoning, all I've done is just reinvent the solution that we know already doesn't work. And what's so special about this broken connector? Oops. That's interesting. So this one doesn't work. Because it creates alternating loops. This one doesn't work because red can never get there, no matter what we do. Is that right? Yes. Is that the same for this? Yes. So this is the only quadrant it could be in. Oh, it's so hard to see a way out of this. I mean, I could reverse it and make it favour blue over red as opposed to the way it's set up right now. Or I suppose that depends how you look at it. I suppose you could argue this is favouring blue over red already. This means this has to be in the bottom quadrant, if you will, if you consider this to be the up direction, that to be down, and so on. But visibility limits things so much. This is about as far to the side I could go, and we know that you get about this far when you run from here. Unfortunately, I think I have to admit defeat on this one. I'll have another go next week. Next week? End of the week, I meant to say. Next stream. Yeah, that one baffles me. Sorry that like half the stream was looking at that one puzzle and we didn't even get through it. What else do I have to say? Next stream will be Friday from 4 o'clock British Summer Time. I will also be streaming on Saturday. If any of that should change, then I will announce it on my on Discord or on Twitter. I am hoping to play this particular mod to completion, fingers crossed, and then after that we'll probably be playing some other game, to be decided. Anyway, thank you for all coming, everyone. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. Good night.